From Incheon International Airport in Seoul, South Korea, this is Runway DFW at Large.
Thank you so much, Warren Barnett, our official announcer at Runway DFW. Hello, everyone. We are at Incheon International Airport in Seoul, and we'll be here with you, I hope, for the next couple of hours, at least, with a special edition of what I guess would ordinarily be considered Runway DFW After Dark in many of our viewing areas. But today we're in the bright sunshine. Well, it's kind of cloudy today here at Incheon. So we are planning on a nice broadcast for you. Now, those are not airplanes you hear in the background. Those would be, hang on, I've got to cancel something out here. Those would be motorcycles, I think. Yeah, motorcycles rumbling underneath us. Let me see what we've got coming in here. There's always something interesting happening here at Incheon. Our first takeoff of the day. And now I'm not sure if this is reverse ops or regular operations, or if it's half and half. I'm not sure, but this is the opposite way we were seeing planes taking off and landing last time we were here with you. Getting reports back from the Dallas area that there's big storms afoot there, so make sure you're in a safe place. Settle in if you're in that area, and hang out with us here. We were last with you at Gimpo Airport. By the way, what we just saw was Shandong Airlines going to Jinan 737-800. We appear to be having next up for you Asiana. And we're not seeing this on the radar yet. As we've described earlier, I think this is one of those places where it's kind of like Love Field in Dallas, where you don't, the readings from the aircraft as far as the telemetry don't reliably get into a Flight Radar 24 receiver until they're often up in the air. Okay, so now that we see this one, this is Flight 369 to Gwangju, an Airbus A330. So some of you may have seen my posting about a cyclone which is roaring towards Hong Kong. And Hong Kong, let's get this in first. Got a Korean Air cargo coming in, 747. So anyway, there's a cyclone heading toward Hong Kong, which is where I'm supposed to make a connection tomorrow. I'm about 25 hours away from my scheduled flight to Hong Kong, which is to connect me with an Airbus A350-1000 going to Dallas. That was the plan. Now, Cathay Pacific, which is the airline I'm flying, sent me a notice a couple days ago saying, well, you know, we're going to have these storms, and we're going to let you change your flight if you wish. Okay? So I looked it up, and there's nothing, they're not scheduling anything Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So the earliest I could reschedule was Saturday, unless I wanted to reschedule today, and I don't want to leave my vacation early. So here I am, and it should be just about an hour before I can attempt to check in and see how that goes. Of course, that doesn't ensure that the planes will be operating, but there's supposed to be a pretty big storm bearing down on Hong Kong, so we'll see. I'm tentatively, well, I'm planning to go to the airport tomorrow. We'll see what happens, and if that doesn't work out, then we may be hanging out here for several days. I could have gotten on a flight today, and I checked Saturday and Sunday, and there were some flights available, but none of them could guarantee me a seat. And I had reserved an aisle seat, and that's what I want. I'm not going to travel across the Pacific unless I've got an aisle seat. Or, you know, if they bump me up to first class, that's okay too. But I have no status with Cathay Pacific currently. Got a 777 coming in. Korean Air with the Sky Team livery. This is arriving from Denpasar. Here on Runway DFW at large at Incheon International Airport in South Korea. Incheon is on a big island, so you've got to get here by a bridge. And there's the water back there, some of it. Korean Air logo there is the only thing that really distinguishes this plane from being a generic Sky Team aircraft. So we are coming to you today from here at Air Refresh, which is just an incredible place. We talked about it last time we were here. It's for plane spotters, and it has a perfect view of the west side of Incheon International Airport. And there's a restroom here. There are snacks available for purchase. There is an admission fee. It's 10,000 won, which is about a little more than $7 US. And you know, I'll pay $7 US for this. This is ideal. There's nobody else up here with me. It's not, you know, you don't get exclusive use to it, but right now nobody else is here. We've got our camera 2 over here, so we can give you alternate views and just kind of set the scene for you here at Incheon. Korean Air Flight 1404 from Busan, which is here in Korea, one of the major cities besides Seoul. 737-900 ER. As you can hear or not hear, we don't have any ATC today, air traffic control. Not something we've got at hand. Korean Air 827 going to Shenzhen. This is an Airbus A330-300. So if you're wondering what time it is here, we have a clock with the local time down in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. It's just before 9 o'clock when we were local time, when we were scheduled to come on. So let me welcome our viewers who are tuning in at the correct time, or the scheduled time, to Runway DFW Live at large from Incheon International Airport in South Korea. Korean Air Flight 250 is a 777. That's a Korean Air cargo. And we do not have a destination for this flight. To set the scene, we are on the west side of Incheon Airport. Kind of like Dallas, Fort Worth, there are two sides, and I believe there's two runways on each one. One receiving flights and one sending them off. So we're mainly going to be focused on the west side here, although we will occasionally dip our toes over on the east side if there's something interesting. When I first, just as I was setting up, what pops in to my eyesight but a FedEx MD-11. So I wish we could have caught that for you. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to see one later on in the broadcast. Here we have, I believe this is Cebu Pacific. We saw that once. This is going to Manila, an Airbus A321. I think Manila is also in the path of the big storm. I really like this. I love the colors of this livery. I will get to your messages here in a second. So much to see here. I don't mean to ignore you, though. Alright, let me look both ways, see if there's anything interesting happening. Well, let's check in with our audience here. Race Bannon says, what's Walt doing in Korea, eating Korean barbecue? Last night, my son and I went out to eat at a chicken place where they kind of slice a whole chicken in half on a bed of rice, which is then cooked. The rice is on the bottom, and it's cooked on this hot platter, and it gets kind of crispy, and it's very simple but very delicious. Warren Rodriguez says the whole cricket sound is fun on my surround sound. Makes me feel like I'm outside. There's Gil Naveau saying hello. Raina Taylor saying hello, everyone. Just popping by to say hi. Gonna have to leave because I'm gonna listen to some music. Have a great evening. Well, thank you, Raina. Thank you for your support of Runway DFW. Dale Helton with a hello to the Mod Fed. Linda Kavinsky, hello to you, Linda. What a backdrop with the mountains, indeed. Sharon Stark says, happy Sunday. Hope everyone has a good week. Yeah, this is, well, actually, you know, it's Monday here, really. Monday morning. Allison Hen, it is a great spot. It is indeed. Here's our moderator, Michael Flannery. Hello there, random spotter. Well, we've been here once or twice before. I think we were here twice before, earlier. But this is the first for this. We've never been here on a previous visit before. And there's Dale Helton saying hello. Alice Mabel, channel member, with a good morning. Josh Aldrich, today coming to us from El Dorado, Arkansas. Hello, Josh. Another one of our super mods. We're not usually with you on a Sunday night in the central time zone, so let's see what we got here. We've got China Eastern on the way to Shanghai. This will be an A330-300. See a lot of A330s here. A rare sight at DFW. I think only Iberia, am I right? Only Iberia flies the A330 to DFW. hoping it will stay overcast today because, well, that makes it more comfortable for me. Makes it easier to see the screens. Spike says Delta flies a bunch of A330s in the U.S., but not to DFW. All right, we have nothing. Now we've got a Korean Air plane about to launch off. I don't see. Oh, we've got, okay. Air Astana. The 767-300ER coming in from Almaty. Which is in, well, you know where it is. I think it's in Kazakhstan. But I may be wrong about that. But anyway, we'll be seeing that in a GIF. Now, once again, if you weren't with us for our previous broadcasts, even though Korean Air officially signed on to its new livery a couple months ago, there hasn't been much progress made in repainting its aircraft, at least not in our view here. There goes an old livery. I think in this picture we have one of the new Korean Air liveries. We'll go into that on camera 1 so you get a better look at that. So we have seen them. Certainly we see more than we see, than we've seen at DFW. We see them occasionally, the new livery. But there's the old and new next to one another. Okay, so we're getting ready to see this Air Astana. It's going to be a 12-year-old 767. As soon as I get it in my sights here. Well, I hope you're having a good weekend. It's just weird to be in what's considered a work week when so many of our viewers are still enjoying the weekend. I got on a subway train, well, multiple subway trains, to come out to the airport this morning, starting about 6 a.m. Korean time. I was to take one subway to one stop to get on the airport train, and I did that. But then I sit there I'm sitting there on the train. You know, we're about halfway to the airport, and all of a sudden, you know, I'm kind of looking down at my phone, and all of a sudden the lights go out, and the doors are open, and everybody's exiting. So, and I had my headset on, so I wasn't really paying attention. I don't even know if that was announced in English. Most of the announcements are made in English and Korean. But anyway, it was time to get off that train and wait for another one, which would take us then to the airport. So total of 3 trains this morning to get here. And that was followed by a taxi ride. So it was an Uber taxi. So I call the Uber, I get on my app and I get the Uber taxi, and it points me to the cab identified by the license plate number. So I get in, the driver helps me in, and I give him my PIN number, which is how that operates. And I saw my name on his screen, so I was in the right cab. And then my app tells me my driver has refused to take me, and another cab is on the way. Now I didn't get the. Now there was a language barrier there. I couldn't. The Korean cab driver couldn't really communicate with me. But I tried to indicate to him that, yeah, I was in the right cab and that's me, but Uber was saying something else. Asiana Flight 742 from Bangkok. This is an Airbus A380. King of the skies. So I had to get out of one cab and into another cab, and that cab took me here to Air Refresh. Now, as for the progress of the merger of Asiana and Korean Air, I'm not sure where that stands right now. I think it has been completed, but they're still operating as separate airlines. And we saw going out there Asiana Flight 172 to Okinawa, another Airbus A330-300. Let's see what we got over here. Don't see this one on the radar, do I? No. Well, as you can see, it's Asiana. We have 747 on the way, Kalitta Air. I'll be here in about 2 minutes. trying to still figure out what we were just looking at there. That is Asiana flights. That was Asiana flight 721 off to Hong Kong, 777-200. But now we've got a 747. Kalita Air. Coming in from Xi'an.
$19.93.
A 20th century 747. So we're going to try to focus on planes that we don't ordinarily see, or at least airlines we don't ordinarily see. One of them is LOT, Polish Airlines, coming in from Warsaw. This will be a 787-8 Dreamliner, and that takes about 10.5 hours to get here from Warsaw. Still a little bit away. We'll cut to that in a second. Brandon Rabbit says an economy ICN to DFW on American is charging 35,000 miles back home before taxes. That's not bad. I have that many miles. I'll have to see what the situation is. My main criteria, having flown Trans-Pacific several times now, is that I want an aisle seat. I like windows, but I like to get up. So let's see, where is LOT? It's in this picture somewhere. There it is. Luke says, I don't get the idea that he's rushing to head home through a storm path. Well, the storm path, you know, if I went home directly on American or Korean Air from here to DFW, I believe there would be no storm interception there. Air Premia is not on my radar, so I can't tell you where it's going. It's a Dreamliner. And right after this heads out, I think we've got Lufthansa coming in from Frankfurt on an A350-900. So let me see if I can straighten out my tripod and get this going, and we'll get that coming. So Air Premia off to Hong Kong on that 787-9 Dreamliner. Here comes Lufthansa. A350-900. We have, I believe, over there a Jeju Air 737-800. This one's going to Taipei in Taiwan. Well, while we wait for that, let's check out the landing of an Air Busan jet. Or it may be Busan Air, I can't remember. Air Busan, Flight 788, coming in from Nha Trang in Vietnam. I think we've got the Jeju Air in our sights. Recalibrate my tripod balance on our main tripod here. Here we have Asiana. Flight 361 is going to Shanghai in China. It is a 777-200ER. It's an 18-year-old plane. I'm going to deviate for a second here so we can watch Peach come in. It's a Japanese budget airline. Peach is arriving from Osaka in Japan. Aaron Ching with a good morning from Singapore. Hello there. mighty 777 rising into the morning sky here in Seoul. Technically, we're not in Seoul. We're in Incheon, which is a separate city, but my son, who lives and works here, hang on a second. E-Star jet. E-Star has apparently inked, I don't know how long this has been going on, but E-Star has inked a deal with the Peanuts characters. So their advertising includes all of them. Snoopy, Charlie Brown, Lucy, the whole gang, Schroeder. That's very cute. Kind of timeless, although I was asking Mrs. Runway DFW this morning as I saw a big poster in the subway. What would good old Charles Schultz think of that today? I don't know. Korean Air 469 to Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. This is an Airbus A330-300. We're about to get an Air Zeta, or Zeta, 737 coming in. I may deviate from that because I'm not sure if this is a cargo plane. I know AirZeta took over the Asiana cargo operations. Oh, it's Air Incheon. I guess they've changed their name. I believe it's now AirZeta. So this is a passenger plane, but it's still operating under Air Incheon. So I guess next time we come here next year, we may not see that airline anymore. Anyway, that was coming in from Hanoi on that 737-800. I believe we've got a special livery over here. All right, for all you fighting fans, it's the UFC livery. Of Air Asia. Not seeing this on the radar. But just in case you've never seen the UFC livery of Air Asia, there it is. Joni! Exclamation point. I love these different liveries. I do too. It's refreshing. I mean, when you're accustomed to seeing American Airlines planes all day long, this is quite the refreshing appetizer. Got a Lufthansa A350-900 coming in from Munich. Flight 718. I think we're going to deviate from this momentarily so we can watch that plane arrive. Here on Runway DFW at large at Incheon International Airport in Seoul, South Korea. So it's coming in kind of on an early landing spot. Looks like UFC is next to depart. Still not seeing this one on the old radar. Sun is starting to burn through the clouds. I know nothing about UFC, so can't help you with whatever else might be on there. Next coming in, we have another special livery. Garuda Indonesia 74th anniversary livery. Why wouldn't they just have held out to the 75th, but no, 74th. So we'll see that in a second. We have a quick peek at another in the sunshine now. Korean Air new livery on a smaller jet. This, I think, is flight 770 with no destination specified here on Flight Radar. 737-900 ER. I'll give you a look at that in the sun. Just a moment, we're going to switch over to see what this Garuda Indonesia 74th anniversary livery looks like. Yeah, it's got a 74 on it. That must be it. Another 747 is on the way. This is Atlas Air, arriving from Bangkok after a 5-hour flight. '98. 26-year-old plane, be 27 years old next month. All right, let me take a break here and say hello. Did I punch that? I don't think I punched to the right camera, did I? Sorry. Let's see. Jeff and Mass says, hail to the Queen. Just Plains Crazy. Channel member says, howdy. Aaron Ching saying hello. Sent a PayPal message. Thank you. Thank you for that, Aaron. I will look out for that. Unfortunately, it doesn't pop up on our screen the way Super Chats do. That just hasn't been worked out right. But I really do appreciate it, and I will take a look at that. In fact, my phone should have alerted me to that. Vedant Patak says, howdy, Mr. Walt. Hope you're having a great time in Seoul. Yeah, it's a little uncertain what's going to be happening after today, as we'll talk some more about, I guess. Ascending Dragon 1, in case anybody wondered why they named it Garuda Indonesia. Garuda refers to a large eagle-like bird deity in Hindu and Buddhist mythology, the powerful mount of the god Vishnu, or a significant symbol in Indonesian and Thai culture. Well, that certainly illuminates things. Thank you so much for that. Ascending Dragon 1, the official pilot and author of Runway DFW. What just landed? China Southern from Dailan, Airbus A320-300. We have a 787-10 Dreamliner of Korean Air on the way in. Coming in from Bangkok, flight 656. So many planes. Let's see what I have to do. I have to plug my phone in to power so it doesn't run out. So where can I find a plug? Oh, there one is. So we have our little setup today includes 2 cameras, a computer, an iPad, a phone, a hotspot. Here's our hotspot. I'll show that to you here. This is a rental hotspot which I have taped to the parapet here so that it doesn't slide off the edge of a 4-story building. And that is what's sending this signal to you. And I believe I am spying now. Something everybody likes to see here on Runway DFW. A trijet. An MD-11. This is a FedEx, as you can see. So we'll keep our eye on that. We have a plane from Central Airlines. As I recall, I like this livery a lot. Kind of reminds me of the Volaris livery, but more colorful. But is that the same one? Yes. Featured that on one of our earlier thumbnails, although it was we caught that in the rain, so had to brighten it up a little bit. Central Airlines coming in from Yantai, 737-800. So FedEx, the flight we were peeking at just a moment or two ago, I can tell you it's flight 6126. Oh, now it tells us where it's going. It's going to Taipei. "1996. And our singers are in good voice today. Now, after that long Trans-Pacific ride, of course they flew in first class. I was in coach. China Southern Airlines to not available. Flight 315 is on the mark for takeoff. We like it because it has a cheat line, a stripe down the side of the plane. About to launch, we see Korean Air 1432, an Airbus A220. It's so small you can hardly see it. No destination is given here for this one. gosh, I think this is the smallest plane we've seen in our time here. We'll see if it gives us that Wookiee roar. Heard a super chat. I'll get to that as soon as I can. So we've got Singapore coming in here. Singapore Flight 612 coming in from Singapore, an A350-900. Let's see what's going on down here at my computer. Well, Austin Swafford has contributed a $50 super chat. Thank you, Austin. How am I doing today? Well, this is a great place to be. I can recommend it. Thank you for that. Aaron Ching with a 10 Singapore dollar super chat. The airlines I have flown on are Emirates, Singapore, Japan Airlines, Air Asia, Jetstar, Xiamen, Scoots, Qantas, ANA, Air Europa, Thai, Cathay, Dragonair, Asiana, and China Airlines, and Eva Air. That's quite a collection. Thanks for sharing that, Aaron, and thank you for your super chat. And Aaron with another $5 or 5 Singapore dollar super chat. The planes I have flown on. Okay. 737, 320s, 777, 200s, 300 ZRs, A350, A380, Embraer E190, A330, 200, 300, and Boeing 787-8, -9, -10, A321neo. You get around, Aaron. Thank you for that. Austin, thank you for being a member now for 3 months. Thank you for wishing me a good trip back to the USA. And Aaron Ching becomes our newest Twin Jet member. Thank you, Aaron. So I think we've got ourselves ready for the trijet takeoff, FedEx. Going to Taipei on this MD-11. Go. You're 757 ship, Quadjet Channel member. I've flown on China Southern 757s and MD-80s between Hong Kong and Sanya. And Aaron retorts, I'm only 21 and 3/4 years old. I've been traveling since age 4. Yeah, I don't think I was on a jet plane until I was 8 or 10. So next out is Asiana flight 567 to Ulaanbaatar, an Airbus A330-300. We have a Vietjet Air coming in at the same time from Ho Chi Minh City. Vietjet Air. Catch up now with the Asiana. Now once again, this is the west side of Incheon. There's all sorts of other operations going on the other side, the east side. But there's plenty to see here, in my humble opinion. So I believe we have achieved our first full hour of broadcasting on this edition. So I think we need some kind of music. You're watching Runway DFW at large, live from ICN, Incheon International Airport in Seoul, South Korea. Welcome. We'll be with you for another at least an hour, maybe 2. See how things go, see how batteries hold out from our perch overlooking the west side of Incheon International Airport. Our perch being Air Refresh, a plane spotting spot for plane spotters. So to recap my situation here, I was supposed to leave tomorrow on Cathay Pacific on an Airbus A330 to Hong Kong, and from there I'm supposed to be able to get on an Airbus A350-1000 Cathay Pacific after about 3-hour layover and go back to Dallas. That's the plan. But there's a big storm brewing off the coast, and there are questions, let's say. There are questions about whether I will be able to complete my travel tomorrow, or even begin it. So I'll keep you posted. So our next two big planes, you see right there, Asiana Flight 736 and 777-200. We don't know where that is going. We know that the next incoming flight, another Garuda Indonesia plane, this one from Jakarta, Flight 878, an Airbus A330-300. There goes a Jeju Air. That one didn't get on my radar. That's it, it's going. Let's see where it's going here. If you're new to Runway DFW, welcome. This is not our usual port of call, but it's kind of become a tradition now that I come here to Seoul every year about this time when on the Cranky Dork Fest, after Cranky Dork Fest weekend in Los Angeles. So I go from DFW to Los Angeles, spend the weekend there, get on a plane, come over here to Korea, watch planes with you, and get to visit with my son and his fiance. There comes, there's the Asiana plane, which I don't think we had a destination for that. We're going to instead, because we see a lot of Asiana planes here, we only see a handful of Garuda Indonesia aircraft, so we'll watch this one coming in from Jakarta. Airbus A330-300. Hearing dogs barking. I don't know where they are. So even here in the shadow of the airport, it's still there's still agriculture going on. If we turn our camera the other way and look there, there's some outdoor planting, some greenhouse growing going on. I believe we have a super chat to acknowledge here. Another one from Aaron Ching. Thank you for that. Hello, Runway DFW. You missed one. Oh, did I miss one? I'm sorry about that. Let me see if I can catch up with that. Well, first of all, say thank you to 757 Chip, who's been a Quadjet member for 28 months. Good morning, Walt. Hope you're not delayed too much returning home. I received an email this morning informing me that my 11-hour layover at Hong Kong in November is now 14 and a half hours. So anyway, here are the super chats that I have recorded here from Mr. Aaron Ching. I have this $10 Singapore one about the airlines that he has flown on. Hello. Maybe this is the one I missed. I apologize for that. Hi from Singapore. Been to Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, Australia, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Portugal, Spain, Vietnam, Indonesia, and South Korea. And I can say that I have not been to any of those places, although tomorrow I may get to Hong Kong. We'll see what happens there. In Austin Swafford, I think we did get that one in. Thank you for that. So I think we're caught up on all of our super chats. So 757 Chip says Super Typhoon Ragasa looks like Hong Kong is on the edge of the northern storm path. Predicted as a Category 4 tomorrow at 1 p.m., which is probably about when my plane from Seoul is scheduled to arrive. So doesn't look good for me. Chip says Garuda rhymes with auga. Yes. Gil Perry says jealous that you flew 74. 74. I'm not sure what that means. Let's get back to the aircraft here. I've got to bend down to get to my computer here to see your messages. Oh, I believe I see, and you will see here in just a second in your shot, the King of the Skies, Asiana Airlines. Did it show up in that shot? There it comes. King of the Skies. Got a T-way. Yeah, I'm not very optimistic about my flight tomorrow. So what that means is, well, I could be here for a while. Now I'm supposed to be back at work on Wednesday, my regular job. I can work that job from anywhere. So I can't say I'm in a gigantic hurry to get out of here. AirAsia X from Bangkok, and Airbus A330-300 is next on our radar here on Runway DFW live from Seoul. I was hoping the sun wouldn't come out brightly today, but it has. Does this plane have any markings on it? Generic airlines. We see that occasionally with cargo planes. I don't think I've ever seen it with a passenger plane before. There's a look towards the city of Seoul. Looks like the big old King of the Skies is, I think it's headed to take off over here. Looks that way. Coming in is Scoot from Singapore. Scoot. 7879 Dreamliner. So we've had Peach, we've had Scoot. What else can we expect? Well, we can expect to see an Airbus A380 making the turn to take off. Flight 541. This is Asiana going to Frankfurt. I'm guessing that, I'm not exactly sure what the polar route from here to Frankfurt is, but I'm pretty sure that Western and Western affiliated airlines do not travel over Russian airspace. So I'm sure there might be some detours involved for certain airlines on that corridor. Got a moment to bend down here and look at the messages. Aaron invited me to come to Singapore Changi Airport one day. You should come in the mid-2030s when Terminal 5 opens. It's the size of all the terminals combined. Well, if I'm still doing this in the mid-2030s, well, I guess I'll have that on my list. Easy2 Boy says always still a mystery of how that A380 flies. My grandson just messaged me, says, since I don't have school tomorrow, can I have more time for his, he wants one of his games, Minecraft or something. Let me see what he's saying to me by chat from 6,000 miles away. Let's see here. Today. Mason says he's watching Young Sheldon. I've never seen that show. I know what it's about. I've never seen it. That's interesting. I think you may have just seen Korean Air A380. Don't know what it's doing. Is it just going to park over there? I don't know. So many things to see here. And it's been, we've been here more than an hour and haven't seen any U.S. airlines yet. Now we are about to see in our picture a Cathay Pacific plane. That's going to Hong Kong, an Airbus A330. In fact, I think that's the flight I'll be on tomorrow if it's still operating. Let's see, flight 417. Not sure what my flight number is. Yep, flight 417. That's what I'm due to be on. So I might as well get a shot of it taking off in case I need to document what it looks like. But there are many questions surrounding air travel tomorrow to and from Hong Kong, owing to the giant storm, Ragasa, I believe is the name of it. I believe we got a FedEx coming in. FedEx arriving from Guangzhou on a 767-300. I believe I see Uzbekistan Airlines over there. I believe that's what that is. Yes, it clearly says Uzbekistan on it. Nothing immediately coming in over here, so we'll focus on the outgoing planes. Next up, Asiana 347 to Xi'an in China, an Airbus A321. And that'll be followed up by the Cathay Pacific plane, which I may or may not be on 24 hours from now. So the other airlines we've got coming up after this, Cathay Pacific, we've got Uzbekistan Airlines, we've got Thai, and we've got is it either Air Vietnam or Vietnam Air, I can't remember which. It's Vietnam Airlines. The Uzbekistan plane is going to Tashkent. Well, off to Hong Kong goes this Cathay Pacific plane. There I go tomorrow, perhaps off to stormy Hong Kong. Don't know. Stay tuned. In fact, I can probably check in for that flight right now that it's just 24 hours away. Let's see if it'll let me. Let's see. View your upgrade options. Special note on service availability. Check in. Let's see if it lets me check in. I'm trying to check into that flight we just saw go off there. I may check in now. Continue. Okay, it's got my seats confirmed. New rules on the carriage and use of portable power banks. Don't worry, I won't use them in flights. Check in. Get boarding passes at the airport. Mobile boarding pass not available for downloading. Please proceed to airport counter 60 minutes prior to flight departure for assistance. Okay, so I'm checked in. Good luck. for Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan Airways to Tashkent on a 787-8 Dreamliner. Wheels up to Tashkent. And here we have the beautiful livery of Thai Airways. Off to Bangkok. An A350-900. Thank you, Aaron Ching, for a $5 Singapore super chat. 2 weeks ago, my mom was in Seoul. She flew on Korean Air 7879 to and from Singapore. Once I saw a rainbow on a Cathay flight. That must have been pretty cool to see. Oh wow, what a dilemma now. We've got Etihad coming in. We'll catch that landing. It's a beautiful livery. Very desert-like livery. And I don't believe we saw any of that, did we? Well, there's the Etihad. As it taxis out. Next to depart is Vietnam Airways. This is flight 417 going to Hanoi, 787-10 Dreamliner. Chips wants you to make sure that I enjoy my cup noodles on my Cathay flights. Is that what they serve? It sounds like a downgrade from Korean. I'm traveling in economy, of course, so. Looks like Korean Air Flight 169 is behind there. Airbus A321 going to Macau. Just after 10:30 a.m. on Monday morning here in Seoul. That probably does not comport with the time where you are watching us, at least for most of our audience. But we're happy to have you with us here on what could be a Sunday night, or it could be a Monday morning if you're watching us from the Asian region. Wherever you are, welcome in. There goes Boeing's biggest Dreamliner. Give you kind of a big picture look at the sky here. It's mostly cloudy. Looking kind of from the south, started in the southeast, or southwest, I'm sorry. Looking now towards the west, the east. Bit of a wind. And the wind appears to be now coming more out of the east. About 8 miles an hour, 71 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't have the translation for Celsius handy. T-Way, Flight 401 going to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, an Airbus A330-200. And right behind it, got Turkish Flight 21, a 777-300ER. He headed to Istanbul. We've got a YTO Cargo 757 coming in from Wenzhou. So it'll be coming in about the same time as this is taking off. the parapet here. Fortunately, it didn't go over the other way. Fell down on my computer and knocked the mouse on the ground. So Fast Eddie says only San Francisco in the USA gets the Vietnam Airlines livery. Okay, Ship says Cathay serves full meals and are generally substantial and good. You can request cup noodles at any time as a snack. Good to know. But Francis Chandler says Cyclone doesn't sound good. It's not, I don't think, not good. MRI says the eastern island at Asiana looking very clear today. Yeah, we've got some good visibility today, unlike some of our other days we've been here. Francis loves Incheon. Andre says camera messed up, not moving. Well, sometimes I mess up. But we're doing the best we can. When I bend down to look at your messages, I can't operate the cameras, let's put it that way. So that's on a fixed shot. Oh, look at this. This is something we saw the other day, and I absolutely love this plane. It's a Swiss A340-300. A fave. We'll see that taking off here shortly. Let's go into Zurich, flight 123. So here's the Turkish 777 going to Istanbul. Flight 21. 777-300ER. What's coming in now? Cannot Shark from Tashkent. You know, we may have to... I'm going to have to deviate for that because that's an airline I've never heard of or never seen before. QANOTSHARQ. Definitely haven't seen that one before. So we'll look at this Turkish... I don't know if we'll get to see it lift off or not. Let's see. Because we're going to have to peel off for this livery we've not seen before. Okay, we're going to leave Turkish. Dial in on this plane, which I can't pronounce and I've never seen. I definitely will have to go back on these recordings and pick out all the airlines one by one just to document them and maybe do a separate little video. Because just when I think I've seen all of them, along comes another. And of course, this is probably an airline that doesn't operate 7 days a week here, so you come on different days. And we've been here on a Monday. Let's see, I guess we were here originally a week ago, or last Tuesday. Yes. But Beve says, but how do you pronounce it? That's the question. Well, I'm excited now to see the Swiss A340-300. We've also got a Korean Air A380 on the way to take off, so lots of stuff to see. Don't go away. 10:46 a.m. here in Korean Standard Time. Look at that plane. I love that. We've got a Korean Air 747 Intercontinental coming in from Toronto. Korean Air Cargo. So it's not an Intercontinental, I guess, but 747-8 Cargo coming in from Toronto in just a minute. But I think we've got, there's a little baby Korean airplane before the Swiss takes off, so I think we've got some time to see the 747 and the A340. So, Queen time. Air Cargo loaded up, I'm assuming, with toques and maple syrup. I found something interesting about Korea and Koreans. I went to several stores because I'd run out of deodorant, and I didn't want to, smell bad. So, but I couldn't find any. And they had aisles of shampoos and all sorts of other products, personal products, shaving cream and blades and all that stuff. Couldn't find any deodorant, so I asked my son. He says that something about the physiology of Korean people, they do not have body odor. And so, therefore, deodorants are not needed here. I'd never heard about that before. And my son, who is not Korean, says he has to order deodorant online. You just can't see it in stores. If I remember correctly, this plane takes quite a while to take off because it's said to be underpowered with those little hairdryer engines. Hold your hat. It's a Western Global MD-11. So we can tick 2 off of our list today. So I saw FedEx one earlier and that one just now. I think we've got an A380 on tap. Flight 185 going to Taipei. Josh is correct. 4 is greater than 2. On what I believe is probably a relatively short flight to Taipei. An E-Star jet just touching down. This is the airline that's using the Peanuts characters in its advertising. I don't see any Charlie Brown decals on that plane, though. That plane coming to us from Yantai, 737. Chip with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Chip. Walt, I hope you're able to go home tomorrow. Safe travels. Enjoy exploring Hong Kong Airport and try spotting from the Sky Bridge. I expect a full report. I will. I looked it up, Chip. I did look on the Hong Kong Airport website because Chip had kind of warned me that maybe Chinese wouldn't be so, you know, the airport authorities in Hong Kong might not be so keen for live broadcasting from there. So I didn't see any prohibitions on the Hong Kong Airport webpage when I looked it up. Is this a Korean Air cargo plane we saw earlier, or is this a different one? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's turning to the cargo area on the east side of the facility. Hang on there, I gotta get me a sip of water here. Stand by. Wasn't sure what we had going out there on the east side, so I zoomed in real quick. That was Korean flight 741 to Nagoya, Japan, 7879 Dreamliner. That was Lao Airlines, LAO, on its way to Vientiane. And that, as you might expect, is in Laos. So there's another airline we had not seen in our previous visits here. It's an Airbus A320. Got Ethiopian on the move. We had seen an Ethiopian Air Cargo. Oh, that is an Ethiopian Air Cargo. I'm guessing maybe that's the same one we saw earlier. About to have a 747 take off over on the east side of the field. A Korean Air Cargo 747 off to Anchorage. Let's see if we can find it in the sky. No, this is not it. Well, that's a Cathay Air Cargo. Maybe another one following that. Let's see. No? Oh, that was Cathay. I'm sorry, I misread the old screen there. Cathay Air Cargo going to Anchorage. Is that Sky Team livery? Is that the Korean Air Sky Team? Asiana flight 711 is going to Taipei on an Airbus A350 900. Airbus A350 900. Just after 11 o'clock here in the Korean time zone.
From Incheon International Airport in Seoul, South Korea, this is Runway DFW at large.
Thank you, Warren. So Korean Air Dreamliner, I believe that is, coming in from, I'll have to double check my sources. I believe that's coming in from Osaka in Japan. And there goes the Asiana A350-900. Asiana flight going to Taipei. China Airlines A330-300 arriving from Kaohsiung in just a minute or two as we wait for the dispatch of Korean Air 937. 787-10 Dreamliner to Vienna. So they're making the turn as the Dreamliner headed to Vienna. China Airlines arriving from the mainland. We've somehow made it to the end of our second hour of broadcasting live from Incheon Airport here in Seoul. Jin Air touching down from Fukuoka in Japan, MAX 8. Now it says here, Texas Girl is a new Quadjet member. I seem to recall you already were, but in any event, thank you for your support of the channel, Texas Girl. She did not know she was downgraded. Well, I didn't downgrade you, but in any event, thank you. Rich Carlo says, looks like a very nice day here. Here. It's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, wind 9 miles an hour out of the east. And this is probably a good time. I don't know that we'll have a great time because of all of the planes coming and going here, but I would like to pay tribute to our channel members, so let's do that. Okay, good. So thank you to our Runway DFW sponsor, James Webb. So appreciative of everything you do for this channel. Thank you, James. It's going to be hard for me to read these off the screen, but I'll do my best. This list was prepared last night here in Korea as of, I think it was 10 p.m. What it says. Oh, 9 p.m. last night. So if you're a new member since then, watch for your name on an upcoming broadcast. Here goes the list of Quadjet channel members. Thank you, Chip, 757 Chip. Thank you, Airplanes FRA, Alan J, Alaska Plane Spotter, Alice Mabel, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher. We thank Beaker and Honeydew, Beve, Brian D, Chuck TXK, Cloudy Sayers, Cubs win, Darren Cirillo, David Rutherford, Dronoki, Dwayne C. I'm gonna have to read it off my other screen, so I'll be a little bit behind what it says here, but it's much clearer on my computer screen. So Dwayne C, Hagler 17, HD Kraut, James Webb, John Lippman, Josh Aldrich, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lello, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michael Hale, Michelle RS, Mike G, Only Planes Network, Patrick Wooders, Paul, 1188, Pete Nordine, Payathon, Raina Taylor, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah the Real Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, Tyson Price, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quadjet channel members, and now for the next few minutes you'll see the rest of our membership compiled as of last night. So thank you all each for being a member of the channel. We'll get back to plane spotting here. Got Ethiopian cargo on tap. We can tell you it's going to Hong Kong. It's a 777. cargo plane. Play music to give my voice a rest a little bit here. You don't mind me not yakking, do you? Viva Air arriving from Taipei, Airbus A330 300. What, have we run out of music? Nah. Got a new livery Korean Air on the way. That would be Flight 969, 787-10 Dreamliner, off to Prague. Asiana making the turn here. This ought to be Flight 501, an Airbus A350-900, going to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. Okay, we're about to see Finnair Flight 41 arriving from Helsinki. It's an Airbus A350-900. So we'll give a pass on the Asiana plane for now. Always good to see Finnair. We see that on I think it's a daily basis at DFW. Don't have this plane on my radar yet, but you have count them, two new liveried Korean Air planes. I think the one that's on the left now is popping up as flight 969 to Prague. 787-10 Dreamliner. So shall we look at this, or shall we look at Zip Air coming in? I think we'll look at Zip Air. We see a lot of Korean flights. Zip Air Flight 41 from Narita Airport in Tokyo. Sorry I didn't get to see Zip Air back when it had a giant Z on the tail. They changed it, as I recall, for it was the Z or Z was being used by the Russian army in its war on Ukraine. So Zip Air decided to get rid of the Z. I don't currently have a destination for this new livery Korean Air plane. Should be popping up on the radar here momentarily. In the pipeline, we've got Malaysia Airlines to Kuala Lumpur. Airbus A330-300. So the Korean Air flight we just saw take off, flight 457 to Da Nang in Vietnam, an Airbus A330-300. Asiana Flight 501 is going to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, an A350-900. Coming in the foreground there, Asiana Flight 368 from Shanghai. Thank you, Dustin Jackson, for a $10 super chat. Loving the Korean streams. Thank you. Well, thank you for that. Boy, that was enough to distract me from keeping my eye on this plane. So thanks again, Dustin. Just a second, I'm going to have to duck into the office here at Air Refresh and get myself a refreshment because I have exhausted my water bottle that I brought with me. But you can buy drinks here. So let's wait for, let's see, I think I can wait until we see Malaysia Airlines taking off for Kuala Lumpur on that Airbus A330-300. You know what? There's a plane ahead of it. I'll lock this down. I'm going to be right back. Please enjoy this music while I go get something to drink. say thanks for your patience. I was able to get a refreshment and pay for it. There's a little machine in there. So all is good. We're back in time to catch the Malaysia flight go out. So convenient, this place. It's called Air Refresh. If you are a plane spotter, you must come here. It's on the west side of the airfield. We're on the 4th floor of a building, the roof of a four-story building, which itself is on probably about 3 or 4 stories above street level, built up on a hill. And what a spot to watch planes from. And the nice thing is that it's all about plane spotters. It's not like, well, you know, we'll tolerate you here. No, we welcome you here. So I've not met the proprietor of Air Refresh. It's an unmanned operation. On the honor system, they've got snacks and drinks. It's a little machine there. You put your card in and pay as you go. And there is admission here. It's 10,000 won, which is about $7.25, something like that. Totally worth it. It's open 24 hours a day as well. FedEx plane coming in from Narita in Tokyo over on the east side. See if we can get a long distance shot of this arrival. I don't know how much we can see before it disappears beyond the terminal buildings. Be our answer. A little bit more. And yeah, I don't think we're going to see any more from that perspective. All right. Look out to the north here. Looks like there's a little tiny island with a communication tower on it there. Is Asia X? That's Vietjet. Each country had its own airline, and that was it. And it certainly has changed in the last few decades. I'd like to salute Flyer KG for being a Runway DFW member now for 14 months. Hi Walt, I've enjoyed your Seoul streams, thanks. I'm very glad you are here watching with us. Jonathan Lee, good morning Walt. Hope your trip is going well. Looks like it is. How long are you going today? We'll see how, I don't really know, I can't really say yet. A lot depends on batteries. Seth Rubalcalba saying hello on day 13 of his thanking me for keeping him company while he studies. I have a calculus test tomorrow. Need to study a lot tonight, so glad you're enjoying Air Refresh. I am indeed. Ascending Dragon, giving a little plug for his new book, Ionosphere Blue, about a supersonic airline, legacy and the future of aviation. In all those formats. So good luck with your book, Ascending Dragon 1. So this is now our second consecutive year of coming to Korea at this time of year. My excuse is to see my son, who lives and works here with his fiancée. What is this? Air Incheon, which I believe is now known as Zeta Air or Zeta Air. So let's see how it identifies on the radar. Air Zeta is how it is listed now. Off to Yantai 737-800. Vietnam Airlines. It's flight 409. It's going to Ho Chi Minh City on a 787-10, a Dreamliner. Dustin Jackson says Air Refresh is most excellent. Watching over Sunday Night Football. You know. Hard to compete with American football for Americans, but you've got Air Astana there on the right. Headed back to Almaty, 767-300ER. Bill Bunting has upgraded their membership to Trijet. Thank you, Bill. So we're going to try to stay with you at least noon here in Seoul, perhaps a little longer. see how we're doing. I do have to get back and make some preparations for my what may or may not be a trip tomorrow. If you're just tuning in, and just for the record, we're looking at Air Astana flight 910 going to Almaty 767-300ER. I'm scheduled to go back to Dallas tomorrow by way of Hong Kong on Cathay Pacific, taking an A330 to Hong Kong from here, and then an A350-1000 to DFW from Hong Kong with about a 3-hour layover. Tomorrow, a gigantic storm, a typhoon, is targeting Hong Kong. And so I have no idea if A, my flight will ever leave for Hong Kong, or B, if I get to Hong Kong, if all flights will be canceled and I'll be stuck in Hong Kong. Or C, well, I guess C would be I'm stuck in Seoul for an indefinite amount of time. And Cathay Pacific is not booking any flights into and out of Hong Kong, or at least not where I'm going, until Saturday after tomorrow. So it could be here. I'll be here for a few more days. We'll see. Probably curious as to what my beverage is. They didn't have any Coca-Cola in my beverage of choice. They had Pepsi, but I reject Pepsi. So here, let's see, is it here? Okay, here's what I got. And I had this the other day here. It was really good. It's a Welch's grape soda. And it has 0.1% something or other and 63% of something else and 192 calories. So there you go. Grape soda. Not bad. Oh, is this my airline? Special K. Aero K. I remember that the other day the K was in yellow on the tail, so I guess it's a different livery. It's Aero K. I believe it's a Japanese airline. Coming in from Osaka, an Airbus A320-200. We have on deck the Queen of the Skies. As soon as I find it in my viewfinder. Korean Air flight number 907, 747-8 Intercontinental going to London Heathrow Airport. That's a flight that's scheduled to take 13 hours, 46 minutes. $5,500 miles. Korean Air Dreamliner from Seoul is just about to touch down. We'll probably see it in the foreground of this shot here. Dash 9 Dreamliner left Vienna 10 hours and 4 minutes ago. Flyer KG with Model Talk. Just picked up a UAL 757-200 Saul Bass Tulip livery. 1 to 200, hard to find. So I think, have we, not sure if we've gone through all of our list yet. Well, here we go, the Queen off to jolly old England. Korean Air 1408 coming in from Busan here in Korea, an A330-300. Here. Can't read that on any of my screens. Oh, Garuda, Indonesia. Korean Air 788 arriving from Fukuoka in Japan, A350-900. This is still one of my favorite liveries from this trip. Central Airlines of China. Flight 8810 going to Yantai. Very colorful. 737-800. And we have exhausted now our list of Runway DFW channel members. Thanks to each of our members for your great support of this channel of ours. Texas Girl headed off to bed. Safe travels, Walt, when you get back. See you when you get back. Everyone have a safe and blessed night. Thank you so much, Texas Girl. Same goes to you. We'll see you one of these days. I don't. Again, I'm not quite sure when I'll be back there. We've got Korean Air Flight 952 arriving from Dubai, 7879 Dreamliner. We shall take a look at that now. Come in and over the hills. Coming up on the noon hour here in Korea on Monday. We are, I believe, 14 hours ahead of the central time zone of the U.S. where we're normally based. We've got LOT Polish Airlines taking one of the takeoff positions here. It's right behind, well, behind a couple of jets here. That was China Southern Airlines off to Dalian on an Airbus A321. And coming into focus now. As you can see, it's Korean Air, but I don't have it on my radar. Get another sip of delicious but rapidly warming grape juice, grape soda. Okay, this plane's on the radar now. Flight 901. It's 777-300ER going to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. As it waits to take off, here comes an Air Seoul. That was coming in from Osaka, Japan, flight 712. Dale Helton, channel member, says, good night. Thanks for the streams this week. They were awesome. Safe travels back to DFW. Thank you. Now it's time for to cast our lot with Polish Airlines. Off to Krakow. Although right at the same time we have an Atlas Air 747, which is looks like it's getting ready to take off over on the east side. There's that Garuda Indonesia plane, which is getting ready to take off. We have another Air Seoul plane arriving from Fukuoka. An hour flight across the either Sea of Japan or East Sea, depending on which country is designating it. There was a little video playing in the subway as I was coming here, describing how Korea clearly has territorial rights to an island in the East Sea / Sea of Japan, which is disputed by Japan. The pictures showed the Korean flag flying over the island, although I believe the Japanese have something else to say about who should be the proprietor of that strategic island. It's just more or less a rock in the sea, as I could tell by the pictures. It's not like, you know, it's a beach area or some kind of resort. But, you know, territory is territory. I'm not taking sides here. Headed off there was a T-way plane going to Ulaanbaatar on a 737. China Eastern, I believe this is. And that is arriving from Qingdao on an Airbus A321. So next to depart here, let's see, what is this? Oh, this is the Garuda Indonesia. The 74th anniversary livery. I think we saw that earlier. Well, just after high noon here on a Monday in South Korea. And just to remind you, you're watching Runway DFW at large from Seoul Airport, well, from Incheon Airport in Seoul. Garuda Indonesia, A330-300 off to Denpasar. And now Lufthansa takes a turn. Well, I can't, it's not on the radar yet that I see. I'm going to say it's either going to Frankfurt or to Munich. We had two Lufthansa planes come in earlier, one from each of those destinations. Greg Mel says Garuda is their favorite airline because it takes me to my happy place. Grumpy One says very quick turnaround times at this airport. I would have to agree with you on that. We've seen several of these planes internationally coming and going in the time that we've been with you. which is just over 3 hours now. It's just after high noon here. Still not seeing this Lufthansa plane on the radar. So now is it on the radar? Yes, that was flight 719 off to Munich, an Airbus A350-900. And now SF Airlines, which I believe is a cargo carrier. Oh, maybe not. Shandong Airlines. This is going to Jinan, 737, 800. Whoa. Yeah, that was me bunking into the tripod. Not an earthquake. For RKG, we're getting all the nice engine sound from this vantage point. Our little wild sound microphone is hanging out over the parapet here, so it's got a pretty good pickup, although we do get traffic noise along with that, because there's not only a local street immediately below us, but then just beyond that is a highway, a 4-lane highway ringing the airport. Plane didn't really need too much of a runway. Got a Asiana plane coming in from Narita Airport in Tokyo. On the east side, got a Korean plane lifting high into the sky. Why, I think that's a 4-engined plane. I wonder it caught my eye. That was Korean Air 311, Korean Air Cargo 311, headed to Hong Kong, 747-400. I see an Asiana King of the Skies under tow. Let's see if we can get you a shot of that. Another sip of grape juice. I wonder if my tongue is all purple. There's another Garuda Indonesia plane. That one is destined for Jakarta, Flight 879 and Airbus A330-300 with a Travel Go sticker on it. I don't know. Can you see it? I can't. Got an Air Japan Dreamliner. Have we seen that yet? I don't think we have. Air Japan 787-8 Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo. Be here in about 2 minutes. Air China arriving from Hangzhou, an Airbus A321-200. Garuda about to taxi into position for takeoff. Random Spotter, thank you for helping moderate today. Yes, keep an eye on his channel, The Random Spotter, here on YouTube for great spotting from places that we don't normally get to. Most recently, Minneapolis, St. Paul. I don't know if he's still there or not, but he's been been providing live streams from MSP. So I think we've got the Air Japan coming in. Let's take a look at that. See a Korean Air 747, which looks like it's being backed out of a space over there at Terminal 2. .747 coming in over on the east side. Silkway West. It's an airline we've seen at DFW. It's a cargo plane. And then it disappears. Trying to get this Garuda Indonesia up in the air here. Let me see, where did Silkway come in? Silkway coming in from Baku. Gesundheit. So this 747 on the move. Looks like it's under tow, so it may be on its way to long-term parking. Runway DFW channel member, let's see, hold on. Well, I lost what I was trying to dial up there. here's what I was looking for. That's Jaman Air that passed by in the front there. Storm Chaser Mark says good afternoon. Hello to you, Mark, channel member. Go to almost the exact same shot from a different camera. The winds are gusting. Korean Air 787-10 Dreamliner is what you see there. Don't have a destination, nor, oh no, I guess we do have a flight number, 8537. Jin Air flight 346 is arriving from Nagoya, Japan. That's a 737-800. So here goes the big Dreamliner. Still don't have an end point for this particular aircraft. I see the other Lufthansa on the move. I think that's the one that came in from Frankfurt. Do this real quick. Aero Mexico off to Mexico City. I didn't know a faster way to get to this. Took off from the east side. Adios. Now, Hickey says Cathay Pacific arriving presently from Hong Kong. Here is, I believe, Shandong Airlines. As the aforementioned Cathay Pacific arriving from Hong Kong on an Airbus A321. So weird to see a not wide-body Cathay Pacific plane. So here's the Lufthansa plane, flight 713 going to Frankfurt, an Airbus A350-900. That Colin guy saying good afternoon. Jason's vlog says we miss you here from DFW. Come back. I will be coming back. I just don't know when yet. It's a very fluid situation. Here comes T-Way here, soon to be known as Trinity, I believe. Coming in from a place called Saga, S-A-G-A. No idea. Let me see if I can reverse engineer where Saga is. Okay, Saga is in Japan. So I don't know if I pronounced it right, but that's where it's from. All right, the Lufthansa flight is turning now for Frankfurt. right, it's quieting down here a little bit, and I am kind of burning out here a little bit, I think. We've been on the air for almost 4 hours. We got on a little earlier than anticipated just to bring you all the action, but it's slowing down here at midday. The sun is hazily beating down, and I think I've reached my limit. So I say that with great cheer. Here's that airline that one of the airlines that we'd never seen before. Cannot Shark. It's from Uzbekistan. So I guess there's 2 Uzbekistani airlines that operate out of here. We saw this one come in earlier, and I had no idea what that was. I don't know if it's new or just unfamiliar to me, but that was something to see. All right, so I think what we're going to do is we will have, I don't have my logo for it here, do I? No. Hang on. Well, I don't have my graphic. Stand by. Okay, so I think we're going to have a chat extravaganza. What do you think of that? You'll be able to watch me pack up most of this stuff before we go. I can reset our second camera because it's wireless today. So let me see if I can give you a shot of that. So you can watch me reset the chat extravaganza camera right over here. But before I do that, let me get this out of the way a little bit. And let me turn this so I can see what I'm looking at. So I can see what you're seeing. Thank you so much for watching Runway DFW live from Seoul, Incheon International Airport here in South Korea. I honestly don't know when we're going to be back on the air. Tomorrow I'll probably be on the air with an update as far as our planned trip through Hong Kong back to Dallas. As we've been talking about today, Hong Kong is in the target zone of a typhoon. Not good. And it's supposed to start hitting tomorrow afternoon in Hong Kong. So there's a pretty reasonable chance that my scheduled flight from here in the morning to Hong Kong will be canceled, if not, will be delayed, if not canceled. And then there's no real flights through Hong Kong, which was my intended route, until the weekend. So we may be here in Seoul for several more days. It's possible. And so we may have some more broadcasting to do from here. Or at least we'll do some updates. And so everything's kind of in a flux. We don't know. But that's what makes travel kind of interesting sometimes. I'm kind of lucky because I can do my regular job from wherever I might be. So if it winds up I have to do my regular job from here at crazy hours, I can certainly do that. So thanks again to our channel sponsor, James Webb, to our hundreds of channel members, which make things like this possible, to our subscribers. If you're not a subscriber, think about it. And I hope if you enjoyed what you saw, you'll do this, right? And so until next time, I should have some music. We'll have some music when I start moving this camera into place. But we are going to have Chat Extravaganza. I'm going to set this camera up for Chat Extravaganza, which is where we play music, you listen to music, you chat amongst yourselves, and you watch me pack up. That's it. Here from the rooftop of the Air Refresh Plane Spotters Heaven here at Incheon Airport. Okay, so let me put on some music. I'm going to go down there where the music is, put on the music, set this camera, and then we'll have Chat Extravaganza. So thank you again for watching, and we'll see you soon here on Runway DFW. And the music starts now. And the music starts now. Oh, I have to turn it up. All right, earbuds out, headphones on. That means we're about ready to pack up the rest of this stuff. Turning this off means you don't hear anything or see anything, so that's why we've got to kind of do it this way. Thank you again for watching from Seoul, and we'll keep in touch with you on Runway DFW at large over the next few days. See you probably tomorrow sometime with an update, a bulletin, a special report from here, maybe from Hong Kong, maybe, I don't know. We'll find out. Thanks again for watching Runway DFW. Let me acknowledge some of your messages while we hear this fine music. Yes, here. Thank you to our mods. Like you, Bebe.
This is Warren Barnett speaking for Runway DFW, a Runway DFW production, all rights reserved.